Well, hello there, and a big warm welcome to you here on the FootGolf channel. We're now live on hole number 7. This is the team event day, and you can see the players just having a little look here. Now, with the team event, obviously, that's what it's all about. It's not individual competition. It's all about scoring points for your team. And I can apologise for the late start to our broadcast, but we're here now, so thank you for joining us. So the England team, here's Underwood on hole 7. Now, hole 7 is a par 3, 94 yards, 86 metres to the pin. Underwood, good tee shot. Oh, I just seem to catch that a little bit, sort of drag it. Now, you can see the ball spinning there, a lot of water from the morning dew. I think he might hit the bunker here. It's just rolled into the bunker. Now, we can see the flag there, a little chip out of the bunker. Hopefully will be the order of the day. We can see Barry from the Irish team. We'll get these scores updated for you as soon as we can. Now, each pairing that go out will score. If they win a hole, they win a point for their team. So essentially, it's the first to 10. If you can get 10 points, then there's Alan Smith just walking past the camera, the former Man United striker, Richard Phillips. Yeah, out of the way, Richard. Thank you. Giving us a thumbs up. Now, we are broadcasting here on the green course, and the green course with England, Ireland. We're live. Thank you. We've also got USA, Slovenia will be making their way through in a short while. So the ball being marked in the bunker. So it's, if you can just play to the left of the bunker, you might get a good roll. Now, what's Barry of Ireland doing? Bending it round. Looks like he might just miss the edge. It does slow down once it catches a bit of dew. Now, there's a good chance here for a putt. Baker May up next. Having a good look down the fairway. And you can see on the grass there, a few marks where the balls have been played. Already it's there's a bit cloud in the sky, not too much sun. It is very warm. It's due to be one of the warmest days today. We'll be getting up to and around 31 degrees later on in the afternoon. So these players actually have got it good at the moment. A little bit of cloud, a very slight breeze, winds about 3 miles an hour, so very light indeed. So no winds to knock the balls off course. So ball being marked here. Buckley marks that. Baker May now. Good look, just the plays it high to the right hand side. You can see the gentle slope going right to left here. Comes around the back of the flag. Looks like he might have put a bit too much on that. That's carrying quite a way. Almost reaching the path at the back of the hole there. Quite a distance. Now, it is one of the shorter holes here on the green course. So 94 yards, 86 metres. And going for it, as May just did there. Goes a little bit hard. Burns from Ireland. Bunker, very high backs to the bunker, not quite making it out. May still loosening up. Now, these two teams did start on hole number 1. And as I said, I mentioned the American Team USA and Slovenia will be coming through in a while. I think there's some of the Slovenians just walking past there. Oh, actually, I think that's Slovakia walking past there. But they're... So Slovenia and USA, yes, that is them walking in the background. They'll be coming through as well. They started on hole 10. So four countries on one course. They play around completely. Maker May just looking to see who's the furthest away there. Seems he can't make up his mind. Someone. He's a long way off from here. I think he's just pointed. It's the other shot. There we go. Thank you. From the bunker. Thank you. Keeping track for us. Chip out. Now you can see the slope right to left here. Just carried a bit far. Thing is, with the water, backspin tends to skid a little bit rather than grip into the grass. Looks like the group behind them already. Here's Glyn Cook. That's a lovely, effortless chip out of the bunker. Very, very close to the hole there. Underwood marks that. Now here's May. With his second shot. Good line. Very close. So these players still warming up, still getting into the game. Burns with his third shot. Just perfect weight from the Irishman. It's a smile. Now here's Barry. Drops that in. Fist goes up from him. Good hole. That was, sorry, Buckley putting that in. Here's two. Looks to have won the hole. And Broly are teeing off here. Very good individual round. Yesterday, I think he finished 8 under. This is a good line. I think that'll hold up with a bit of the dew. Does so. White of Ireland. So it looks like that Broly and Sparks of England, White, and we'll find out who. Oh, in the bunker, but no, that's very nice. Just on the edge of the bunker. And McGee. So all 4 players. Always pulled that very wide here. This slope needs to do some work for him. Needs that to roll back.
What are you?
Actually, that has helped very much.
3-1 down. It's like being in a war, isn't it?
Shot's very close. Ah, it's Phillips.
Are you? Okay. Yeah, no problem.
So Phillips.
Get up. Get through it. Get through.
To the bunker, out of the bunker. Very good line here, very close. Excellent work. So all 4 players in the pairings will take their shots. And the 2 best scores are the ones that count. Remember, it's by winning the hole you get a point, and if you actually win your match, then you get a point for your team. So essentially, if you can win 10 holes in a row, basically you're done then. But that doesn't really happen that often. Now the Irish ball placed here. It's a good putt for 2 to put the pressure on. Will it turn? Will it turn in time? Started to, bit too early. Needed just a little bit more power on that. Now, from a pretty similar position, fighting stance. Now this turn a little bit later. Line looks good. Oh, it's so very close. Fighting stance didn't quite work well there for White. Phillips, his second shot. So both the Irish players did it in 3. Phillips for the hole. Turning. Wins it! So does it in 2. Phillips doing well there. So the Irish team scoring 6. The English team scoring 4 and winning the hole. So Brolier and Phillips win hole 7. O'Driscoll teeing off for Ireland. Bunker in front of the hole. Play it right, play it left. You've got the slope by the side. A chat going on here. So looking back. Maybe somebody's left their marker behind. O'Driscoll to tee off. Great shot down the fairway. You see the trees in the background. Going round to the right-hand side. Right-footed tee shot. Skirting the edge of the bunker. Very straight line O'Driscoll has left himself with. The Luxembourg buggy just pulled up. Have a little look. Luxembourg playing Slovakia a little bit later on, coming through on this course. Now it is rounds 1 and 2 today, so we'll obviously got England, Ireland here. England will play Slovenia later on over on the purple course, and Ireland will play the USA on the purple course later on. Second shot from the Irish team. Very wide, very long. Old Smullen was looking for the turn there. Here's Bennett. Now about to tee off. A little bit lower, a bit more to the left-hand side. I think he might be partnering Liam Shoots. Oh, good shot from Lee Bennett. Again, leaves himself with a good chance of a 2, so Smullen and Bennett very close indeed. Sorry, Driscoll and Bennett. Smullen was a bit wide, a bit further away. His Shoots. His left foot up on the hill. Wants that to do all the work for him, to pull it back round towards the hole, and very close indeed. Very close, good effort from the England vice-captain. The third player with them, Ash Moden. Use a substitute player at certain points. They're there if needed. So all these 4 to take their second shots now. And furthest away will be Smullen of Ireland. And next to him, Diadamo. Not the most Irish of names. Just talking to him. Long putt needed. It's gone for it. The line looks very good. Just not the length. Line was good. Just not quite enough power on that. O'Driscoll. Now, we just saw in our last group, it just fade away the shot from here. The Slovenian team now going past in the background. Alongside some of the Americans. Has he got this line right? He has. He has indeed. O'Driscoll takes 2. Bennett to match. From where he is, not so much of a slope. You can see the slope more on this side, the camera side, as we're looking now. Rolls that in for 2 as well. And that's it. All done. So both teams scoring 2, so no points scored on that hole. O'Driscoll really needed that 2 there. The 2 shots of Schutz and Bennett very close there with the pressure. Now, Wallbanks and Apasami of England, and we've got Fitzpatrick. And is that Brennan? Fitzpatrick. Going to the left-hand side as we're looking at it. Just avoiding that bunker, whether you go right or left. And he's with Mullen. Now he's going to use the slope. It's gone much higher. I don't think this is going to come back. He's found a bush. Very wayward shots from Mullen. Wallbanks. So it's all for skips out.
Any danger behind? I should have asked that before I kicked it, should I?
Apasami will be taking his now. So Fitzpatrick has a lot of work if he gets the 2, because Mullen hasn't really helped him out there. Rates the best score from each group. Chris Anderson. Was trying to sell me a pair of trainers yesterday, he was. He knows I've got a pair, and he's like, do you need another? It's like, no, I really don't. So, ball marked from Fitzpatrick. Nathan Apasami. Having a good look down the fairway. Now you can see the heat in the background there. Now it is only 9:45 in the morning here, but already that heat sitting at 25 degrees. Through the bunker, out of the bunker, skips up to the right. As he saw it, skips up to our left. And it's carried quite a way. Oh, both of the shots from the England players going quite a distance away from the hole. It looks like Fitzpatrick could well be in with a chance of winning this hole for the Irish team and taking a point. Now Mullen, I mean, he could pull off something special here. Well, you can see the line. Hole just to the right-hand side. There, it just coming in. There we are, just to the right-hand side of the screen. Didn't quite hit the bush. It wasn't as bad as I thought, but it is in that long grass. That could just change the direction of it. Lines it up. Plays the slopes here, picks up the water. And it's the way that it caught just there. Now, playing individually, great recovery shot that would be. But with the very wayward shots from the two English players, as I say, with that extra length they put on it, could end up helping out. Passamy from the far side. As you can see, counting his steps there. Bit of a way to go. Long line for him. And also his partner. Passamy for 2 to put the pressure on Fitzpatrick. Oh, very close indeed. Skips out of the hole. Marks that. Now Wallbanks will have a good look. He's also got a bit of a distance. To approach the hole from. So and it still looks like Fitzpatrick favourite to win this hole for the Irish team at this moment. But what can Wallbanks do? Oh, he can put it in for 2. That's what he can do. Now, he's put the pressure back on Fitzpatrick, as we say, who did look favourite. Just his glasses. He's had a long time to think about these. Watched everybody else play their shots. For 2, needs it to go in, needs it to go in, does so. A tie on this hole as well for this this group. So you see that sigh of relief from Fitzpatrick there as he turned. There was a big puff of his chest. So another tie for this hole. And if you have just joined us, very good morning to you. Or afternoon, if wherever you are in the world. Good morning from here. It is the teams competition. And that was probably, I think, the last grouping of England and Ireland. They will carry on through. Hopefully we'll catch up with them again later in the day. And here come Slovakians. Slovakia and Luxembourg. Ooh, up into the bush. Tricky shot. Luxembourg. Their first shot. Not as much distance on that. Just to the side of the bunker. Now the Slovakians and Luxembourg teed off hole number 1. Much like England and Ireland did. That's a good looking kit, isn't it? I like that. Different shades of blue, red on the shoulder. Very nice. So on this course, this green course this morning, England, Ireland, USA, Slovenia, Slovakia, Luxembourg, Hungary, Italy. The 8 countries playing. Ball mark just there by Schiavone of Luxembourg. Now, tricky shot out of the long grass here. For the, actually, that's a nice kid as well. I like that one. Little lift, avoiding the long grass, but the bounce on the slope has taken that wide here. That's carried probably a bit far. Line being looked at. Schiavone of Luxembourg. Gets his ball. Is that back on his marker? Now with the slope going left to right as he's attacking it. Lines it up. Using the slope. Has it got the weight? It's just a little short. Now down to Slovakia. Kovac of Slovakia to take his shot. Also a little short. Drops that in. Puts it in. And Shelley as Luxembourg take the hole. And they're all discussing that slope going left to right, heading over there. Getting it to carry, getting it to turn. Looking very good indeed. Looking very good. So close. Great line. Well, that's definitely the way to go. Very good attempt from the Slovakian player. The first of this group to play. Luckily, it's one of the shorter holes, so not quite such a long walk for him to get up there. Ball gets marked. Good start for this group. Luxembourg right-footed. on the same side. Now the slope will bring it round. Not got the power. Not got the legs. Gets marked. Second Slovakian player. Again, the turn. Now this looks like maybe a little bit more power, but it might just lose a bit on the edge there. Close. Chance for two. Now the final Luxembourg player. Seeing the two markers put down by the Slovakians. Got to get closer. It's moving well. Okay, good. In with a chance here of at least equaling. If you can do that, if you can just tie it up. Heavy strapping around the knees. One of the players there. It must be the substitute in this group. Do really enjoy the team events, seeing almost everyone out there. Now, if you are wondering why the senior team and the women's teams are, they're going to be played tomorrow. They play tomorrow, along with round 3 of the men's teams. So it's rounds 1 and 2 today, round 3 tomorrow, along with the round of 16 from the seniors and the women's. Marker just been moved slightly out of the way. I went, excuse me, I went very high there. For 2. How's this line? It's very good. Needed that. With how close the Slovakians were or are to the hole. Definitely needed a 2 just to say, look, we're in this. It's wide. Probably won't need to play if this drops. Marusnek of Slovakia. Oh, it didn't! It was almost overconfident. Suddenly, Slovakians under a little bit more pressure. And there we go. It was a lot closer. Tight hole. So no points scored for either team. On hole 7, they'll move over to hole 8. A little bit longer, hole 8. Followed by a kiss of the ball. Hello, Luxembourg. Giving us a wave. First shot out into the green. Through the bunker, skipping up. How's this looking? How's this looking? Oh, very close indeed. But we're going to see our first on-camera hole in one. It's very close to it, wasn't it? Again, and then once he gets up and sees how close he actually was. Mark that some in good stead for a 2 at least. Slovakia's second shot. Has this got the power? Slope coming round. Just a little wide as well. They're getting closer. So there's a few flies bothering. The player from Luxembourg here. It's gone very high round to that right-hand side, bouncing in the bunker, bouncing through the bunker. Had a lot of pace on it. As you can see, carries that a little bit too far. So after first shots, having a good look around, so pointing out that one's got a good chance. Now a bit of a tricky shot up here in the longer grass. Will he chip it out? We'll hope that he doesn't change the direction too much. Simonak of Slovakia played it through, rolled it. Don't know if that's going to have the power. It's turning just a little bit too early though. Checking their scores. Depien of Luxembourg. I don't think he's going next. Sure everything's out of the way. For 2. A little bit of the grass moved out of the way. Adjusting his position again. Only a very slight slope here. Gentle stroke of the ball. Has he got the legs? Stop short. The line was absolutely perfect. Look how close that is. For 2, takes it. Slovakia taking the point here on hole number 7 in this particular group, so they get a point for their team. Looks to be pleased there. Has had a couple of groups coming through with no points scored. Obviously, good even matches in the teams. And obviously, as we progress through the competition, more and more will be joining us. Luxembourg to tee off. Seen one go this far wide for a little while. Very good approach. Oh, and a bit of running being done as well. Like that, just to speed it up a little bit. It's the next Luxembourg player teeing. Is it going to keep rolling? Keep rolling. Doesn't quite make it. It's so close to a couple of hole-in-ones, haven't we? Not quite happened. Some of these players getting very close to it. Yeah, on the tee. Lines up. It's given that quite a big hit. That's going wide. First bounce not favourable. It's just going to slow up and hold up in this longer grass. That's a bit of a tough shot. For him, they did seem to really go for it, though. A little bit lower on this second tee shot. Only one of them obviously needs to do very well. This is doing very well indeed, lining up. Very close again. See how close this is here. Whiskers. So it looks like one of the Slovakians was going, I'll just go for it, and the other one was being a bit more precise. You can almost get away with that a bit in team competition. So go heading right out into the grass. For two, gets it. There we go, good fist pump. Searching in the bag. What's he looking for? So Luxembourg taking the hole there. There we go. So Luxembourg taking the hole on that particular one. But of course, there are many, many more holes to play. Very good morning to you. Hope you're all well. Thank you for joining us for the coverage of the team event here today, and we are going to be moving around the holes, moving around the courses, and seeing these many different teams that are involved. We're currently here on hole number 7, where it's Slovakia, Luxembourg. We'll also see very soon coming through, I'm sure we'll see some of the USA Slovenian teams. This great shot from the Slovakian player. Lovely, setting themselves up for a 2 there. Obviously the pressure, I can see some of the Americans coming through in the background there. So they're also playing on this course. And the Americans are playing Slovenia. In Group E. This is Group F. Slovakia, Luxembourg, also Hungary, Italy. I see a few of those come through as well soon. Ball still moving here. Finding a much better position to sit in. So the 2 Slovakian tees, very good. Now the Luxembourg players. Well, they've seen what the Slovakians have done, and they've come very close as well. Bit straighter this shot. This will just stop about here, yeah. Quite making it. So Slovakians in front here. Lining up. Just a gentle tap of the ball there. Wonderful effort, wonderful stroke there. Very good hit. And turn and drop. So another tied hole. Both teams scoring 2s. And they will head off. So Americans coming through here now. So USA. They're playing Slovenia. They started on hole number 10. So this is almost their final holes. So obviously very close, the scoring in this group, to still be playing. Looks a bit of a dragged shot, that one. Slovenian. Wide on the left-hand side. Looked to be turning a little early. It's so early, it's ended up in the bunker. Hasn't made it out either. So this group going through. It's a Polish player just making an appearance there. A discussion here. From Portugal, the American team, chatting alongside Zhang there. We've also got Uriona. That's him taking the shot there. Zhang being the substitute. He's gone for this here. A lot of power. That's carried quite a way, hasn't it? A lot of distance on the American shot. Now the Americans there, Slovenians, their group also containing England and Ireland. So out of the bunker. Lovely little backspin. Now you can see a lot of the dew has dried up here, so not as much water spinning up from the ball. Now discussions, pointing, saying no, that way. Gotta go left. As you can see, it's a very gentle slope going left to right here. The line looks good. Line looks very good. Great line from Bart there. To do that in two. Wonderful long putts. Now to drop that in as well. Taneski of Slovenia. Right-footed strike down the fairway. Big, huge bunker there. And then down the slope, and we can see this is rolling towards the flags. Now, it's not going to have enough pace on there with that extra downhill slope, and then it's just going to go slightly up after.
3, 2, 1. Say hi.
Hola, ¿cómo están? Oh, hey, hello.
So the Japanese player will go and mark that. Like that he was running, keeping it moving. Turkey, all black kit. It confused me for a second. I was like, who? And we can see players from Scotland in the background. They were out earlier. Playing Portugal. On this same course. A good strike, right-footed strike, staying away from that bunker on the left. It's a tricky putt. Look at all of the angles there for the players to putt. There's just a slope on every side. Now, a few of these players will have practiced this course, and some may have even played it yesterday in the individual competition. So they may have some experience to pass on, maybe to those players that were playing on the purple or green courses yesterday. So just waiting for that ball to be marked again. Our second Japanese player lines the ball up on his tee, on the tee box already. Another opportunity to see more players from other countries and another hole. A lot of height in that shot. Bit more of a roll, a little bit more power on this, it seems. Getting a little bit closer, but as that slope is just finding that line, as it just moves away. Looked like it was getting very close, and then suddenly it pulled away. Second tee shot for Turkey. This one, not so much power on this either. But it may not roll back as far. If it stops here, he'll be very happy. It's very good. Still a very difficult putt though. I think a lot of the players will try to possibly get it more to the right-hand side of the flag. Or even beyond it, if you can get beyond it. And it looks a lot flatter over there. Very large bunker to the left-hand side. All the players avoiding that. This could be a very difficult putt to make. So this is a par 3. 106 yards, 97 meters. Obviously, we were just looking at a par 3 on the other course, 94 yards, 86. So another 10, 11 meters longer. Turkey for 2. Uphill. Sloping right to left. Line is good. And it just turns away. There's that right to left slope. Looked like it was going in, and now further away. Now a bit more discussion with the caddies. Looking at the line. Arslan of Turkey. Steps back. Turns away again. Very similar. Now this is going to cause a lot of problems for the players. Because they have come in on that side, all 4 players. have come in on that left-hand side. We have Tanaka. He's got it to stop. And puts it in for a 3. Now, one of these Turkish players needs to put this in. Hasn't done so. So currently, advantage Japan on this hole. This might well be Hachia. Oh, gets a 2. It's definite advantage Japan on that hole, getting the point there. Wonderful putts. The Turkish players, their shots drifting far wide to the left-hand side. And then a great putt for 2. Already the pressure was on the Turkish players, but that came in and said, that's it, we're done. We move on. Now, these players did start on hole number 10, so they're going to move round to hole number 1 now. I say normally you'd go, oh, hole 18, they finished. Now, they go to hole 1 and play 1 through to 9. Now, back of the tee box, we've got Scotland coming through here. There's a few blonde hairs. A few of them have dyed their hair. Very reminiscent of, I think it was the Brazilian team at the World Cup that year when they all dyed their hair blonde. David Quigley, his shot. Sits a little short. And they're playing Portugal here on this blue course. This is a good line. Like this will turn right to left. Wonderful strike from the Portuguese player. Now that is called putting the pressure on. He'll wander up there, be very proud. See, David Quigley shot just short. That's the one we saw. Now he's going to have a little look and decide how to play this with these slopes. Very tricky indeed. He's got to pull off something spectacular because the Portuguese are going to do this in 2. Can't see them missing from there. Jorge from Portugal. Just having a little look there, lining up. Alongside Montero. But quickly discussion. Now, using the slope. Playing it, very good line. Just to the right-hand side. Has to play it to that side. If you play it to the left, as we saw with the Turkish players, it is just going to drift away. For the third shot. Puts it in. Now. Jose of Portugal. For two. Scotland going to be waiting, hoping that something dramatic happens there. Can't see. Oh! Well, I shouldn't have said anything. This is going to keep... This hasn't stopped. It's still rolling. Now it's stopped. Well, the chance there for Jorge to take the hole didn't happen. Next group coming through there. Looks like, again, Scotland and Portugal. But a lot of tape on the leg there. To be carrying a bit of a sore leg. Trying for that ball to get marked. Big shot coming round from the right-hand side. So it looks to be the almost safer route. Here's Headley of Scotland. Just making sure he's lined up within the tee box. Not trying to grab an extra few inches. Right foot needs it to keep going. Look, that's willing it on, willing it on. Get onto that slope, roll forward. That's a long way away. Very difficult, needed a little bit more. High, big bounce. Now we can see the ball marker now passing Edley's. It's not much further. Still a long putt. Meyer of Portugal. Walking up. So pretty even on this hole between these two teams. And here come the rest of the team and the supporters. Now we've got Bento and Maya of Portugal, all having a little look. Rodriguez, Zena there. Maya, long attempt. This is looking very good indeed. Now that turn, it didn't quite turn to the right, but it has turned to the left and now catching the slope. This is going further and further away. Edley with the ball in hand. This is going to be a very difficult putt from this distance. The ball gets marked as it eventually stops. See how far away that has ended up from the flag there. From what looked like a very close position, now a very long way away indeed. Callum Haig taking the next shot. Had a very good individual round yesterday. And has a very good putt as well from distance. Wonderful effort from the big man. Takes his hat off, scratches his head. Maybe it's because he doesn't. How did I do that? Great effort. Using the land, using the correct weight as well. Wonderful shot. Edley. Well, he's just seen his countryman do it. Can he do it as well? It's turning to the left, doesn't quite make it. Does put it very close though. Yeah, big celebrations. Wonderful putt. The alley dick there, throwing the ball at him. Now, can the Portuguese had to go for it. Had to go for it. Didn't quite do it. Good effort though. And it looks like Callum Haig might well be one to watch in this competition. So he did very well in the individuals. And now, pulling off putts like that in the team event. See all the supporters' buggies go past. Just not rolling for them as it just rolls away here. We'll just pick that up. Doesn't need to play. Good effort there. And they will be heading on over back to hole number 1. They did start on hole number 10, so they're only halfway round. Another big strike. Attack from this right-hand side. Good effort. We have Neil Shave of Scotland here. Looks like that might have turned a little early. Hopefully this slope will pull it back. It's such a tricky hole. Use the slope, as we just saw Haig do. And it worked for him. Go from the right-hand side. Good line to the hole. However, if it just carries just a little bit too far, then it just carries on, just keeps rolling. Matthew Morgan just getting his line right, making sure that he's teeing off from the correct position. How's he going to play this? Had a very frustrating individual round yesterday. That's got a very big kick. Unfortunately, didn't carry quite as far today. As Portugal take their tee shot. Their second one, wow. Very similar. So the Portuguese duo of Brito and Lapusneo. Putting the pressure on the Scottish duo. But still, very difficult putts all round from and for both of these teams here. We need another little bit of magic. There's someone on their phone from Portugal, grabbing a little bit of history on their phones. Morgan. He's gone for it. Oh, and it's just around the hole. Great effort from Double M. Very powerful approach shots to the hole. Maybe just a little bit too much power. But to keep it straight on these slopes, have to live with it. Lopez now from Portugal, stroking this. Wants the slope to do the work for him. Actually, not enough. Is he going to finish off? He is. And does so. So Portugal for 3. Shave now. For 2. Comes around. It's just a bit wide to the right-hand side. So Brito of Portugal, he puts this in. Portugal take the point. Taking his time here, lining up. Take the point on the 18. Now the turn. Edge, willing it on, willing it on, willing it on, willing it in! Portugal for 2, take the point on 18. Great tee shots from both of the Portuguese players, more so than the Scottish on this hole. Brito, wonderful, measured putt. Our next group in this Scotland-Portugal matchup. Left slope. A lot of power in this one. Now, if this stops, he'll... Hey, as I was about to speak, I don't know if it did. Did it stop? Just pulled away. Don't know if it stopped. If it did, he's got a chance from there. It might have just rolled around to the left, maybe a little bit more. Just need it to stop for that split second and call it. Otherwise, look at the flag, minimal movement. I say the maximum, the wind speed today, 3 miles an hour. Fluttering a lot more yesterday. Look at that. It's like I heard me speak. Wind and cue wind. It's like the Truman Show. Portuguese second tee shot. Close to the bunker. Round on this first slope. Will it stop here? Will it keep rolling? There's the stop. There's the mark. Now the Scottish pair. Very good. I see another mop of blonde hair here. That's Stewart. This has got a heavier roll, this one. And it turns away. It's only one of the players going to the right-hand side. Towel going on the head there of Stewart. Gio, as he's known. See the difficulty on this hole. For a par 3. A lot of discussion to work out how they play this from the slope. From this right-hand side, delicate, gentle, soft. Slope's got to do the work. Slope's got to do the work. You've just got to put a right amount of power on it. Maguire taps in. For 3. Portugal very close. Also puts in for 3, so tied up at the moment. It's down to these final 2 players. Sananino of Portugal. Oh, he's gone very far past that. Pick that up, no need to play any further. They already have scored 3. Now, Gio Stewart, chance to win the hole. Puts it in, gets the point. Good line, looking good. Oh, he's celebrating way before that went in. Stewart takes the point for Scotland on hole 18. With a great putt. Great shot of 2. Now we're heading back over to the green course. I do believe we're on hole 15. Yes, hole 15 of the green course is Shoots and Bennett of the England team. Now hole 15 is a par 3, 84 yards, 77 metres. And England are playing Ireland. It's the Irish flag. Thank you. Thank you, boys. That's with an H. Must be very close between these two teams. Still playing. They started on hole number 1, now on hole 15. Smullen, O'Driscoll. Just there. Here's Diadamo. Deep breaths from him. Taking the second shot. Downhill. Didamo's ball moved out of the way. Here's Bennett. That gentle slope just in front of the hole. Drops it in though. Good putt from the man from Norfolk. O'Driscoll lines up. So he needs to put this in.
Come on!
And does so. Ties that up. Very close. I wish I could bring you the scores. Unfortunately, Blue Golf is not working. Thankfully, that's nothing to do with us here at CTV Sports. They will move over to hole 16. They are rapidly approaching the end of their round. Walk past the camera. Next up. Fitzpatrick from Ireland. Turn to the right, but that slope will pull it back. Not enough though. Continued very straight. Oh, and he's continuing to venture off to the far side. Well, he's a long way away there, Fitzpatrick. Mullin up next. This is a much better line. All hopes lie with Mullin on this hole, I think. Just watched a shot hit the bunker there. I don't know where that came from. Big hit in the bunker. Allbanks marks. Shot over there. Oh, that might have been getting in the way. Nathan Apasami for England. This one they're playing low to the ground, lined up, really attacking the pin there. Has a very good look from there. Anderson. Similar approach. Stroke of the inside of the foot. Goes past the ball marker of the Irish player. Only just though, you can just see it sitting behind the ball there. Now placed down. So similar positions for the players here. Now this shot, it did go very wayward. Now Fitzpatrick has to work out what he's doing now. I don't know if there is, whether there's a drain or something just there. There's be a little bit of concern about the ground. Oh, somebody's got a long white t-shirt on there with red sleeves. Did you see how sunburnt he was there as he walked past? My word. Got to get your sun cream on. All the players coming over to have a look now. I don't know if there is something in the way. That they can take relief from. If it is a man-made object, such as a drain, and it affects footing, it can move, usually a metre to the side, no further, no closer to the hole though. Looks that's what's happened here for Fitzpatrick. Yeah, I think it looks like there's a small drain there. Up the slope, along the line. This has not got the legs. Individually, that might be a good shot. In the team, knowing the players from the other country are a bit closer. Your partner's ball also closer. I suppose you can really go for it. Didn't really seem to do that. Almost looked like he was playing it safe. Somebody giving us a long look down the lens. Lines up the putt. Drops it in for two. There's the two, thank you. Lets us know. Now we have pressure on Paul Mullin. Makes the putt, ties the hole. Misses the putt. Loses the hole. Simple as that. Lines it up. Drops it in. Ties the hole. England Ireland level pegging on hole 18. No one else needs to play. They move on and head back. Sorry, I said hole 18 there for a second. Let me correct myself. Hole 15. They'll move over to hole 16. It was on hole 18 earlier on today. Just getting confused for a second there. Not easy. Very easy to do, I should say. Now, following England, Ireland there. We have Luxembourg and Slovakia. Still going strong as the Luxembourg player plays through. A little bit too much power, I think, so might just drift to the side. It does so. Slovakia. This is looking very good. So incredibly close.
Hey, on camera.
Kovakov, Slovakia. Making their way down through. Good look at the marking, the areas, the movement around here. Chavon of Luxembourg. With his second shots. Good turn. Oh, almost a bit too much. Flicks the ball out of the way. Dropped in by Diaz. The next group coming through now. See it attacking from the right. That bunker on the left-hand side in front of it, really intimidating as it is close to the hole. Shy away from that. Now you can get a good line, just like that. Very good hit, very good effort from the player from Luxembourg. The Luxembourg player is just having a little look through our camera. Marks that. Very good effort. That's good chance for two. Off the tee here. A lot of power. Goes beyond the hole. And Diaz marks that. Saw Diaz play earlier. Stroke down the right-hand side once again. Ball carrying a little bit of pace. Obviously hoping it would turn towards, or turned a bit, but not quite enough. And then it goes beyond. A little bit wide, so a bit further away. Good shot from the Slovakian. That was Martin Simonček. Still trying to learn all of these players' names. A lot of the teams, all the teams do have their names on the back of the shirts. Some just a little bit clearer than others. Maybe it should have been made compulsory. It had to be large. Certainly would have helped. Gubani. Yes! What a hit that is. Gubani of Slovakia puts that in for 2. And they all watch on. If this goes in as well, it ties up. It does go in and ties the hole there as well. It was Palage, I think. Playing anyway. Sometimes a little bit of putting practice. It's not needed. Diaz will play it. Everyone else walking away, leaving him to it. Hole already tied up. So no winner between Luxembourg and Slovakia in this group, both going into the next hole, tied up there. Get them off the fairway quickly. And next group are ready to go. Ball marked down in between the tee markers.
Because it is only for a 1 hole.
First hit goes to the right-hand side there. Well, we've seen many putts dropped in from this sort of range. So it looks like Slovakia will be getting 2 here. Luxembourg has to match. Of course, that elusive hole-in-one comes in, then all change. That's basically what's needed from the Luxembourg team to win this now. as that ball eventually gets marked. Oh, it looks to have pulled that a little bit round. It's in the bunker. First bunker shot we've seen. Obviously, we can see ball marks in there as well. Other players have gone in there. This is a very good approach. Debian of Luxembourg. Still moving and comes to a stop. There we are. We'll head on over. Here now, twos from the Slovakian look very, very possible. Little bit trickier for the duo from Luxembourg. Defiant sending hearts out to home. Loads of love to everyone watching. Very good effort from the bunker. That was Parage. Depian lining up. Has to really go for this. Has to get it in. Knowing how close the Slovakians are to the hole. Strokes it down the slope. This hasn't got the pace at all. Simonchik of Slovakia puts the ball down. See, with the Luxembourg player further away. Oh, and he was unable to put that in either. Picks the ball up. Simonchik for two in the hole. Yes. Again, just putting practice here for Depian. Got that close, wanted to finish it. But Slovakia take a point here. Very casual approach there, as both their players would have done it in two, or did do it in two. And they will take the point here on hole 15. So we've seen quite a few countries this morning, haven't we, on our broadcast. Obviously, we'll see more again this afternoon. Round 2 is a little bit later on. Some some more intriguing matchups. The Slovenia team that we've seen, the Slovakia team currently playing now, this afternoon will be playing Italy, and Luxembourg will be playing Hungary a little bit later. Round 3's tomorrow. Some big matchups tomorrow as well to look forward to. Drive down towards the flag. Bit of a distance, bit of a slope to get over. Just rolled back a tiny bit, didn't it? There's the Slovak flag. I've seen plenty of those about over the last few days. Very large contingent of players they've brought with them to this World Cup. Left foot. Now this has pulled around. This is going further away towards the bush that we just saw there. Now he's left himself with quite a long putt here. Right foot, that'll curl back around, hopefully. Actually, he's gone even further wide. Here he comes. There it is. Even further away. Oh dear. Well, two slightly more wayward shots. This looks good. Maybe a bit too much on it. Now, the actual length of that shot was really good. That could have been just a little bit closer. So, all taking their first shots. Good effort here. Oh, and the hands thrown up for Mazi of Luxembourg. That looked so incredibly close. Now, down the slope. There's just no power on that whatsoever. Here's Gardan of Slovakia. Peter Gardia. That's gone round to the left. No turn on that whatsoever. Marcy make it 2 and a point for Luxembourg. Very close to a point. This is wide. Oh, yeah, I think he knew as soon as it hit it. Check looks like he would have taken the point there. Slovakia happy with that one. Better tee shots from them. In that group. Here's our next group. Ooh, just on the edge of the bunker there. Very tricky. Just a little bit of movement there. Ball just getting marked. Shot played. Is our next tee shot. And that hasn't come out of the bunker at all. Now the Slovakians. Round to the right-hand side. Just a downhill shot to take next. Still a fair way to go to make the putt. Spin with a chance. Always tricky on these par threes. It's whether you go for it, whether you just sit and just play it sensibly. Round to the right, wants it to curve, that right foot. It hasn't turned. We've not seen many shots turn from there. And they end up around this area. Though, as we look across the lay there, this is probably the flattest part that the players end up in. So they're probably looking for that nice, safe second shot, that chance for the 2. And hope that maybe somebody else misses. They make that approach wrong. 2 could end up winning the hole for them. Yeah, as you can see, just the edge of the bunker to play over here. It's very close. It's just sloping. Does make that a little bit tricky. Trying to get the slope to bend this back round. Very good effort. Didn't quite work out. Maybe needs to start a little bit higher, come down a little bit earlier. From the bunker itself. 2 Luxembourg players have made it very difficult for themselves. Skip up there, didn't roll out, though. Has got very close. would and should get the 3. I hope the Slovakian player doesn't get the 2. Very good attempt from the edge of the bunker there. Now to get the 2 and win the hole. He's turning, he's willing it into the hole. It didn't quite make it. Hands on his hips. Thought he'd played it perfectly. It just didn't turn. Just caught the edge of the hole. Also finishes for 3. Tied hole between Slovakia and Luxembourg here on this hole 15 on the green course. These players will continue. So let's begin here. We've got Norway teeing off. This is hole number 1 on the blue course. Now, the blue course is a big par 72. Hole number 1 is a par 5, 291 yards, 266 meters in total. And it is, in fact, on all of the 5 courses here at the FIFG World Cup, it is the longest hole that the players will play on. A chance to really open up those legs, especially on the first hole. So if they've not warmed up properly, they are not going to be ready for this monster of a hole to play. France obviously playing just here, as we can see, and they won their first game this morning, round 1. They beat Australia 7-0 in the end. So France dominating that particular match and proving that they're not here just to say they were the former world champions. They're looking to become 2-time world champions, and they have a very, very strong team with them at this event. So as you can see, big, wide open fairway to start with here on hole number 1. Now here's Denzer from Norway. Dreyer line up. Oh, he almost put his foot in that, just that slight hole there. Now we can see the flag just here. Bit of a slope in front of it. A left to right slope from the left-hand side. Going down the right. And the weather conditions, well, it has warmed up a little bit, as you can see just there. Earlier on this morning, we had 26 degrees, got right up to 30 degrees now. It's expected to rise just a little bit. Wind speed, very, very light winds, just a little over 3 miles an hour at the moment. Partly cloudy, and especially on this blue course, that will be needed because there's actually not too much shade for the players once they're out on the fairways. So that little bit of cloud will come in handy for these players. See a shot just going in the background there. Looks like that's going down the path. Others may be teeing off, obviously, because as this is such a long hole, they may well be teeing off while the players we follow head on through. It's got to get up this slope. If it doesn't make it, this is what happens. The ball rolls away. Quite a few interesting scores from this morning as well, and we'll go through those as the afternoon progresses and as we're continually updated. A few to give you. Ireland beating England 4-3. Scotland beating Portugal 5-2. And as we already said, France beating Australia 7-0. Along the edge. Oh, that's very, very good indeed. Up on this side of the hole, that ball will sit quite nicely. If you try to get it on the other side, it is going to just fall down that slope. Now playing out from this slightly sandy area, with all of that fairway to play in, he chosen to go to the sandy bit. It's always the way. You think, oh, all that grass, how can I miss? Unfortunately, Only the game was easy as going, I can put that there. It's not always the case. Ball gets marked just at the top there. Not shot played out from the sand. Up. Set to stop, just goes past the ball marker. Might roll just a little bit. Tricky putt, got to put the right weight on it. Too much, and that ends up rolling down the far side. Now for the Norwegian player. Cap on backwards. I think there was something to keep the sun out of his eyes.
You guys don't volunteer, she'll draft you. All right, let's flip to see who's going to go first to the tee.
Single kick. It's looking good. Is he going to make it up? No, it just curls around the edge. Not quite making it. Well, here we are, another afternoon's foot golf. Team games. See France versus Norway, this first one. On this course. Also on this course at the same time, starting over on hole number 10, we've got Sweden and Australia, the other two countries in this group. Australia all needing to pull out a win against Sweden, as it is the top team in each group that qualifies, plus 2 of the best second place. And also head through it. Nice to see hole number 1, isn't it? Nice big open hole. Sometimes a lot of courses will play a short hole on hole number 1 just to ease the players into it. Not here. What a cracking effort that is, up the slope. That's why this French team heavily picked as favourites. For this competition, to retain their title. Looked like he was going to put that with his right into his left. Lovely turn. Thumbs up. So I'm quite happy with that. Another good line from distance. This should drop in quite nicely. And does so. Clap at the ball as they move on. More players here. Fjortoft, Cedric Bonneau, we just saw walking past there. This is Fjortoft teeing off. Big open space, see the lovely wide open space. You got the where all the players warm up. All the places to stand, eh? Big shots. It just goes over that rough. You can't play low. You've got to play it high. But as the course, as this hole is so big. See players loosening up. Tee marker goes in. Now, a lot of players will be using a tee here on hole number 1, just to try and get that elevation, get that distance. Didn't seem to catch that too well. We're hoping it rolls. You see, it got a bit of a slope. As the players walk on up.
We're going to flip to see which team goes first.
Let's see. Cedric Bonneau there.
Since France picked the second that time,
In discussions.
Gales. You pick who goes first.
Heavily favoured
Either you guys or you want more.
Frenchman. Has lots on social media, Cedric.
Thank you, guys.
Big puff for the chest, big blow. That's Comment from France. Going for that big second shot. Basically, 2 very big shots have to be played on this hole. Bit of it out to the side. There's the phone going down. No Instagram posts from Cedric this time. Low kick, not taking too much speed out while in the air. Stays a little bit more central. Laces through that. Lot of distance. Huge second kick. That was Liadal from Norway. Let's see. French caddy being asked a fair few questions there. Quite possibly from both teams. Yeah, dragonfly. Just drop in and see what's going on here. There's quite a few of those about on the course. That camera team come back going, there's so many dragonflies and flies. They keep biting their legs. You are watching from Group A, France versus Norway. Also in this group, Sweden and Australia. This is the second round of games. And round 3 will be tomorrow. And That will be from 8 a.m. our time. 8 a.m. That's when we will start our broadcast. As the players start, we start. Obviously, if the organisers get that right. As far as we know, we'll be ready to go at 8 o'clock. Just trying to work out who will be next. I think it will be the Norwegian player on the far side. What a discussion. Looks like Antonio Balestra there as well. The one with the backpack on the right-hand side. And looks like Cedric just applauded. I don't know if we've just missed a shot go in. The group walking down. Now heading back out there. Seems so far away, doesn't it? And that's, yeah, just like I say, it is the longest on all of the courses. Oh, buggy goes past. Drive down the fairway. Still a long way to go. And, wow, all that space. It's just difficult, isn't it? French player hits the ball. They could have asked it for it to be marked. Obviously didn't. As if there's a thought that it may be hit, then you get it marked. Sometimes it's just the best thing. Just mark it, move on. You know, then you can play your shot. Bernard France. His shot. It's great to see how these players are playing these courses. Obviously puts them in good stead, maybe good practice for the individual rounds. Obviously having the backup of a partner in the team competition can certainly help them. Maybe they could try something different. Their partner then maybe plays it a bit more steady. And then they can alternate that as they play, as they go. Still quite a distance. For Bernard. As that approach is quite straight, there's always a chance, if you get enough weight on it, there's a chance that the ball will make it, will roll those extra few yards, make it through to the actual hole itself. Hand signals going out there, must meaning something. Like he was waving his left hand, maybe play to the left. Now he's left himself the straighter putt there. pace on that. Looks like it's going to that right-hand side. Could end up going down the slope here. And does. That's the hazard here. Close to the edge. And you're down. Making that putt chance ever more difficult. Now, can this be done? There's the line. Very good line. Well, that's a safe shot. Will finish off. I think he did. Up the slope. It's not going to make it. Not going to make it. The disappointment there. Picks up. Knowing can't beat what the French have already done. Puts it wide. Then that also goes down the slope. That's passed back to him. Now this from Norway. Is there enough pace on this? There isn't. If it's a case of have we kept this? Has he kept Norway in it with this? Well, they're heading over to hole number 2. We'll be moving around the courses. We'll head over a little bit later on here on the blue course to hole number 16, I think it is. So we'll head over there a little bit later on. We'll also be heading over to the green course in just a short while. And on the green course, we should be catching up with Japan and Switzerland. That'll be happening very, very soon. But we are currently staying with the world champions, France. Their defence of their title. Good second strike from the Frenchman, as we see the second shots from all of these players. Looks like we've got the of the 3 o'clock tee-offs appearing in the background. Even larger carry here of the ball. There we are, lovely. Very close to each other. Been asked to be marked. See, when these players do really go for it, go for that big second shot, there's always a chance that if they don't catch it quite right, the angle, the direction could change. Sometimes, you know, the power takes away the accuracy. Yeah, see, that's not quite a full-blown attack of the ball there. Nice firm strike, though, with in with a chance. Now here you can see from this angle, you can see the slope going from left to right just there, as the ball's just peeping out from the edge of the slope. So all players taking their second shots, I think. A little bit further away for the Norwegian. This is looking very good. Just tails off, doesn't it? The pace just eased up on the end there as it was getting closer. It's one of those where he'll go just a fraction more. If I hit it just a fraction harder. Drops down low. Will that follow the line he laid out in his head by his hand? Very close. Should just drop that in. A difficult part here, coming across, but it is the straighter part of the course. And as we've already seen, we've got that slope to the right. Go there. And go beyond and go down. Disappointing for the Norwegian. It has to be so accurate. So close. Cannot put too much on it. I think that's almost a safety shot played there. Didn't quite come off. That group make their way on. And there's the Japan team. And the Japan team are on hole number 12 on the green course. And that's where we're at now. So over here we've got Japan playing Switzerland. Japan beating Turkey this morning. And they beat them by a score of 5-1. And Turkey quite fancied. But this Japan team cannot be underestimated. The Japan team beating America in their tournament that he played last year, the Pacific Cup that they play quite regularly, and Japan actually winning. So they are one of the emerging countries, the countries that are getting better and better. That shot just goes wide. Now here on hole number 12, on this green course, it is a par 3, 84 yards, 77 meters. So players will be trying to do this, getting the first shot as close as possible, getting the two and hoping that other players will be picking up pars and missing out and dropping points. Little roll back, roll forward, and that's coming wide. Gets finished off. And Guerrero of Switzerland. Putts out, heads over to hole number 13. Hole number 13, slightly longer par 4 for them. And we're just watching this shot come through. Passing in Brolia. This looks like it could well be their second shot. This, as I said, is a par 4. As the play comes through. Very quick, brisk walk from the Passamy here. Brolia. Little slope on the hole here. Bit of discussion going on. Maybe and a little smile as the Slovenian lines up to play. Good line coming across. Oh, and that will just turn. And it's always actually held up. A little bit of a slope that it sits on, but it has held up. Slovenian holding up his marker, making sure everyone sees it. It was seen and marked. Now, quite a way away here. It's got to get up that slope, then turn. Very nearly got it. That ball also being marked. Now the England player. It's a straight line. Can he hold that line? It's turning to the left. Couldn't hold it. Now that might just... Oh, it's still rolling. Oh, and it's speeding up. It's not stopping. Stop. Called. Oh, he's missed it again. Oh, dear. A double miss there for Brolia. Shots that he would expect to put in. Marked it just in case, but that well could have put him out of contention to help his team out on this hole. Pasami took his time. He's gone to the left-hand side, but his has stopped. So this is hole number 7. Shot coming to our right-hand side here. Now, as I said, this is a par 4. And we're just looking at the hole just there. A little bit of a slope towards the back of it. Tee shots just going off. But we had a shot here that, well, that looks to be sitting in a hole, doesn't it? I think we might need to, somebody's going to have a look at that. We've got Bennett of England. I'm certain he'll be able to take some form of relief from that. Moves a meter one side. As long as he moves no closer to the hole. Two meters across. Yes, there's no way he would have been able to play out of that dip there. Getting the ball to sit before removing the marker. Almost making another hole for it. Does look like that. He's it's so there's a very gentle slope that it's sitting on. Now takes a good look. Now that line has changed for him ever so slightly. Lines it up. Doesn't have the distance, but gets it sitting up. He should be able to put that in. Good recovery from the distance that he was at. As you see, the way he pushed his fist there, he needed, like he said, I needed to put more on it. Just a bit more of an oomph, a bit more power on the shot. Kyle Brown there. Very good individual round he had yesterday. Big, tall Slovenian. Oh, this is looking good. Perfect weight to that. Very good shot indeed. Now the second player from Slovenia. Just pulls that wide. They're moving over to hole number 8. Our next group have already teed off here on hole number 7. They've taken their first shots. Waiting to take their second. Slightly raised area for their tee shots. Here comes that second shot. Drifting round to the left. Now you can see the slope goes from right to left here. Second shot. Played from wide. Over on this right-hand side. Probably hoping to use that slope. As I say, it does go from right to left. Needs that to just creep down the bank a little bit more. Might have put a bit too much on that. Passami second. Goes up, goes down. And turns to the left. Now you can see why some of the players are playing more so to that right-hand side. So the slope will bring it towards the flag. It's turning into a tricky, tricky hole. Say this is on the purple course. Now we're just going to be heading over here. So we'll just see out these players here on hole 7 on this purple course. And then we're going to be heading over to the blue course, and it will be hole 16. Bit of a discussion going on here. Mark put in. Doesn't look too happy there, does he? I think it might be the heat. Does get to everyone. It's on this far side. Passami across, up the slope. Very good line, wonderful putts. Gets a round of applause from all of the players there. An uphill putt. Had to have the perfect weight on it. Pedic of Slovenia gives him the applause. Great effort from Pat. Now for the Slovenian. Can he match it? Very close effort, but the ball travels wide, and Passamy wins that hole for England. So Sweden versus Australia. Australia played the world champions France this morning, and France beating them 7-0. Very strong performance from the French team. But there we go, you can see the trickiness involved. There's Colin of Sweden. Sort of pointing up, saying like where he needs the ball to go. Now it needs to go away from those bunkers, away from the water, and up a slope as well. Good luck. Good luck, Colin. Actually, the Swedish shirts that you can see there, actually the thicker variety of polo shirt. So a lot warmer. Yeah, the Australian. Is that Caruzas? I think it might well be. That looks to be heading to the water. It is. Splash! Going there. As soon as he hit it, I could see the turn going on there. Luckily, somebody's there with the pole to pull that out and rescue it for him. So close to that water line. Any curve, especially kicking it right-footed, it's always a chance it'll curve round. And as you saw there, hitting the water. Now Colin of Sweden. Right foot plays this low, driving it up the slope. Trying to get that line right. Well, knows he has the advantage. See, with the Australian going into the water, well, one of them has. The other one, as you can see, very close to water's edge as well. Just calling over. They're just seeing if he can move. So he can have a little bit more of a run up to the ball rather than standing on the water bank, which would be a little bit dangerous. Curving to the right again, but I think he's just got enough away from the edge there. That's not the hole. It's a train. And that stops. Still a little way to go. Now you can see the red boundary markers just there for out of bounds. So it rolls back through there and it's back to point of entry. Now he's moved the red marker. I'm not sure if you're allowed to move a red one. Normally you can remove a white one or a blue one. But he's just removed the red marker for out of bounds. Up the slope, up high. Look how this will roll back. To have a double check of the rules on that one. I'm sure someone will call them up on that if that is the case. I'm sure one of the other players would have picked up on it. Now here we can see the entrance to the hole there. Now it does sit up to the right-hand side. Bunker's to the left. They've got that first bunker sitting in front of him. Now if you can go up sort of straight, I know it's very easy to say, go up straight with a shot that will turn to the right-hand side, much like we saw that last one. It sits up. There is a very small flat area where the flag is sitting, but it is a small area, so you've got to go up. You know, you can use the slope at the back to pull it back, but obviously you don't want too much. You don't want to go too high there, because then it will just roll back either down the hill or into the bunker. And you see lots of ball marks on the actual bunker itself there. And putts out. Now he's probably picked up a couple there. Obviously going into the water hasn't helped. Let's find that line. Up across the green. Upper level, round. This is going to turn to the left, not to the right. So it's moving away now from the flag, and it's this. If this doesn't stop on the green, if it goes back, there we go, I've just checked on the actual rules there. Red can be moved. Obviously it defines the lateral frontal water hazard, so you can see, so they can be removed. Just wanted to make sure. It's the white ones that can never be removed. Just have to make sure. Through the bunker there. And look at that turn. This will catch the hill. Hopefully it will come to a stop. Unless the green won't allow it. Oh, I'd be happy with that. Could have been much worse. A little bit of discussion here between the two Australian players. Going through the bunker again. It's got to be the only way. Just how it catches the lip on the far side. It'll skip up. Is it taking enough power out of it? Very good shot. So all three of the players that are still involved here now up and on the golf green. It's going to pick up a bit of pace, this is. It is in the flat area, so it will stop there. Just got to get your line right. Get that right, and you're in a safe position. Completes the putt. See the next group. Ball at the bottom of your screen there, already coming through. Is this up? Just a little tap, delicate. Just to the side. Again, the line not quite right for him. Looks like that was evened. So both teams walking away. Thumbs up, thank you. The Swedish team. They will head off to hole 17. Continue here on hole 16. The next group are already through. You see the ball Looks like a second shot coming through here. Umbrellas up. Got to keep out of that sun. Line being made, the Australian player. Right to the right, he's just taken his shot. Looks like he's going over towards... I think he's going to do the playing through the bunker. Heiberg puts his hand up. The Australians then race off. And he'll go for a little wander. Little chance to have a little think about what he's going to do here on this hole. Give us a wave. There you go, do that instead. There we are, always good. I tell you what, all of the players, as soon as they see the camera, always give it a little wave, a little smile. Such great spirits from them all. Really enjoying their play. Now, how will he play this? Try to drive it through the centre. Or head up towards that bunker area. We've seen a couple of players already play through it and up onto the flat area. Line up. It's going through the middle. All right, he's set his third shot up. I think he'll go straight up and then hope for the turn to the right-hand side and then roll back into the hole. See, this is where a country that is used to the sunshine, both with umbrellas, against a country that is not used to the sunshine in Sweden. Not having those. See the Swedish fans in the background, they've all found a bit of shade. Both the Australian players to the right-hand side, both the Swedish players more to the centre. Third shot. Oh, he's gone into the bunker. Trying to turn around now. How will it come out? Oh, it went to the right a little bit. See the spin on the ball there, trying to pull that round. Looks like that's going to find the drain. Oh, it looked like it's just going to sit there for a second. What a lovely shot that is. Looking down from above the hole. Going to have to be marked as I say, these Australian players will be playing through the bunker, trying to get to that very same area, or hopefully a bit closer for them. It is the flattest part. Just there. Seems the bunker's been used quite a lot as a way of playing through. Slows the ball down, skips. This has got a lot of power on it. This could roll. Here's that shot again. Look at that. Looking right down the fairway. Incredible. That ball's just rolling. Is it going to stop? Right on the edge. Yes. Now through the centre. Through the bunker. Oh, that skipped round to the right, and when that did that, it took all of the pace out of it and has kept it in the bunker. break that through as he's had to walk through to retrieve his ball. Make that a little bit smoother. Australian again going through, doesn't want to catch a bad bounce there. Now you can see the lip of the bunker there, a little bit smoother for him from that angle. Is that going to skip up? Is it? I think it stayed in the bunker there, didn't quite come out. That's a real shame. Had a chance there. Just didn't put the power on it. Skipped out at second attempt. A little bit closer. Puts him on 4. Everyone else still on 3. It is a par 4. Bit of discussion going on about the shot. Very unhappy with that. See the way he was gesticulating. Right, from the flat area. Puts it down. Got to play out of the bunker here. Puts him on 4. Didn't come back. See, that's what he was looking for, trying to get that return. Ended up staying, not going anywhere. Across the green. Just waiting for the ball to be marked by the hole. Line looks good, just not quite enough power on it. Oh, and he's missed it. He knew straight away. Looks like nobody wants to put this away. So all walking away. No points scored for either team. Now you can really see the distance here. Now and the slope that these players have to get it up. Now this looks like we are getting change of players coming through here. So we've had Sweden, Australia. We have Holland and Chile, I think, coming through. actually, no, strike that. It's Malaysia and Brazil. Malaysia and Brazil. And they're coming up to have a look. So we've got Ahi and Havs from Malaysia. Kuhn and Anderson from Brazil. So they've gone up and had a look. Maybe they've not played this hole before. Maybe they've only done it in practice. It is quite daunting. A very daunting par 4. See, one of the Brazilian players just gone right up high, almost into the bushes, trying to find a bit of shade, a little bit of respite from this intense heat and sunshine. Now, we did suspect a chance of rain today, but that has subsided. Not going to happen now. Just staying very, very hot indeed. Now, turn round to the left. Will it? No, it's going to turn to the right as we're looking at it. Gets a thumbs up from Kuhn. Okay, I was quite grateful that it ended up stopping. Do like this Malaysian kit. There's so many, seeing different ones, seeing the difference. Their blue kit was really nice, but this black one, there's something sleek about that. The black and the silver. Very nice. That's not going to fit me. I won't speak to him. It's very nice. Though, in the Florida sunshine, do you want to be wearing black out there? Who knows? Or just being marked, just in case it rolls, and it does tend to do that. We've seen a lot of balls move back around into that position. Shot comes up, strike from the right, hits the bunker. Will that come out? Just skips out towards the back, hits the bush, bounces back. Oh, he's hitting everything here. Coming back, bounce towards the hole though. Wow, there you go. Well, that's how you play it. Everything. Bunker, bush, curve, the lot. And then end up right next to the hole. Very well played there. He can't believe, he's like, you had everything. The bounce looked like it was going against him. The hit from the bush, and yet still ends up that close to the hole. Now Malaysia won their first game. They beat Chile 5-2. Unfortunately, I don't have the score between Holland and Brazil from this morning. Line looks good. Wonderful putts from the Brazilian Kuhn. All placed. And finished by Youssef. Very well played. Did enjoy that one. Great watch. Next group will be coming through. These guys, will be having to take a walk down the path over the bridge and off to hole 17. Bit of distance between the holes here on the blue course. We go back over to the England game. England playing Slovenia. So this is from earlier where we left it on hole number 7 on the green course between England and Slovenia. Here's Chris Anderson. Looks to be his second shot. Looking good. The turn is good here. Doesn't quite have the legs. A little bit more pace on that. Very good effort. From him. The flag being carried on the bag there. Must use that as a sunshade. Tom Wood. Also there. So again, this is the green course, hole number 7. It is a par 3, 94 yards, 86 metres. We've got the Slovenian players out to the left-hand side as we're watching. In Group E. Both these teams battling away. To hopefully qualify. Both will, of course, play their round 3 games tomorrow. Where Slovenia will play Ireland and England will play USA. That'll be a good game. Oh, look forward to that one. Looks like he's put a bit on that. And as we've seen earlier on today, if you were with us on hole number 7, and this is what happens. That little slope at the back there, the ball will just keep rolling. Anderson. Plays the ball. And drops it in, throws his arm in the air. Looks like the England team take the points on hole number 7 for this group. We'll be very pleased there. Hole number 12 here on the green course. Cracking shot there. This is Scotland playing here. That's Scotland are playing Uruguay. There's Quigley of the Scottish team. Both teams wearing their darker kits today. Uruguay we associate with the light blue. They've got the light blue collars with their dark blue shirts. Hopton. The rough into the ditch. And just rolls it around. Lovely. Very nice. It's just finding that line that they can play through. Other members of the team spectating to the left there. Bennett in the distance. Skips over. Oh, see how that just turned left and right? That might have helped him here. That almost straightened it up. Very good. Wow. Gets a round of applause. I think that second bounce on the edge of the bunker there, from the bunker, really helped Bennett out. Just a chip up. Oh dear. Didn't clear the bunker as that rolls back in. So tricky. It's a bunker that these players 9 times out of 10 will just lift over and not even consider it as a hazard. And yet, suddenly, when there's a little bit of pressure, just a little bit of tension, suddenly the muscles tighten. What was a flowing kick suddenly becomes stagnated, stuttered, and doesn't contain the power that they normally would have. Jasic having a look, comparing just to see who was going first. It looks like Hobson will be. Recently had very, very long hair and then had it all cut off and donated to charity. Oh, is this going to turn? It has. Lovely line. Big celebration. Looks like the England team might well have won this one, especially with that that non-clearance of the bunker from the Slovenian players. Or maybe there's still some to play here. Bit of distance away. Maybe this is what it's down to. It's lined up. It's lined up. It's gone in. Oh my word. Could have just evened it up there. Well, it's anything you can do, I can do too. And it sets his ball. See Brown looking as well over the shoulder, checking out the line. Oh, he's nodding. He's like, yes. Will it be a yes? It is. Bennett already knew, walked away. Heading back over to hole 16 on the blue course. We can see Malaysia kicking off here. I think that might be Rusian of Malaysia. We've got De Lima, De Souza, Rusian and Hatta. The 4 players, 2 Brazil, 2 Malaysian. In Group B, this hole 16, very long hole, 230 yards, 210 meters. Big par 5. Just one of 3 par 5s on the blue course. Just actually we have Harun from Malaysia, Souza from Brazil, Zaki from Malaysia, and Mercado from Brazil making up this group. Now, just get their names correct. So first shots all played. And now the long walk, or the slightly longer walk than on some courses. This is one of those holes where they are able to. Now here you can really see the distance from the flag to where the players are, and how their players, you can see the tee box to the top right of your screen. They were just down a little bit. There we go, that's the tee box they've just played from. So they've come across to the left. It's almost hugging the coastline. Fists going up, Malaysian players waving away. Thumbs up. Playing very well indeed. Brazilian. Heads down the middle. Big kick. That stops. And it's just been asked to mark that. There we are, time for a jog. Getting asked to mark it. It is in the line that these players all seem to be going for. They're all very, very close together, aren't they? So you can see the four balls together. So they may well be going up that very similar line just here, looking for that. Big shot from Harun of Malaysia. Called stop, saw his hand go up there. Has been acknowledged and asked to mark. So he'll make his way up the slope as well. Those Malaysian kits all look like they've got number 1 on the back. Little stripe with their star from their flag just above it. Very sleek. I quite like these Brazilian away kits as well. I call them away kits. Second kits in their white with the yellow and blue sleeves. Into the bunker. Don't know if that's got the power to get out of it. It hasn't. Muha from Malaysia. He's heading up to the bunker. Well, he's gone very high. Didn't quite make it. He's going to start rolling back from there. So all players on 2 shots. It's going to be tricky to find some footing there. May have to move that just a little bit out of the way of the drain. just being picked up. As now the Asian player will have to go through. That's Karim. Now puts the ball back down. It's taken the relief, moved it slightly to the side. Through the bunker. There's that little bounce. That's just going to roll straight back. It's not turning enough. Would have expected a little bit more of a turn. His third shot. Third shot now from down on the green. Different angle of attack. Playing both ways. This is looking very good indeed. It is very good indeed. Malaysia putting pressure on the Brazilians on this hole. Great shot there from Harun. Now what can the Brazilian do from the bunker? There's the turn. Rolling back. Just slightly too, not enough turn on it. I expect to see a few more players attempt to do that. Nice straight line across. Very good. From Karim. Making his way up there. Bit of a climb up and around the bunker. To finish off. Trevisol there. Edison Trevisol putting the ball in the air, which may well have helped them out. Looks like someone's gone very wide here. Where are they going? Into the trees. I've not seen anyone go that wide. That is a very, very wayward shot. I don't know who did that. I don't know whether it was one of the Brazilians on their second shot. Oh, I think it was. We've just seen the Malaysian, and here's another one. That's a good hit of the ball. That will sit just at the bottom of the slope. The second Brazilian. Join him in a very similar position. Now, this is going to be interesting. We've not seen anyone out here. This was an incredibly wayward shot. Couldn't get much purchase. See him slipping, kicking up some of the... Hello, this is coming around. Oh, I think if he could have gone through the bunker there, that would have really helped him. Here, he could end up just going further away. If this starts speeding up, and it has, I think if he could have hit the bunker there, could well have been an excellent shot. Now he's a long way across to the side. And having played his third shot already, he's got to be hoping his teammate, who is in a similar position to the two Malaysian players, might be able to help him out a bit here. So as you can see, the hands being moved left to right there. They're looking and saying, well, it is a flat area just there. And then there was a little point to the slope at the back. And we saw in our last group the ball going up the slope, turning around. If you get it to turn the right way, it will turn towards the hole. If unfortunately it just happens to be spinning the wrong way, then you'll find it going back down the green, almost returning to whence it came. Got to put a little bit more on this. Played up. It's got the pace. Skips the edge of the hole. If this turns to the left, or almost comes straight back, there's a chance here. There's a good chance here. Oh, it's so close. Wonderful effort from the Malaysian. It didn't turn on the roll back. It almost rolled straight back. A straight line. He's now looking, seeing how close he really is. And putts out. Very well done. They took his time over that. And it really paid off. Ball bouncing up. This hasn't got the legs. This hasn't got the power to get up that slope and turn. It is turning away. He'll walk that away. There's no way he can beat the 4 that's already been scored. Long putt for 4. Oh, it was close. Now he wants it almost to roll straight back. I think that's turned too much. It's almost going around the hole. That'll be picked up. Now. This for 3. Got to get it close. If that starts pulling away, oh, and it's going to. The Brazilian hasn't helped himself there. Well, he's still got a chance. It's getting slimmer by the second. Oh dear. Oh, he might have to. Oh, he's just caught the back of the bunker there. Well, from a chance almost to tie the hole. All he had to do was lay it up and then put it in to tie the hole, to walk away. Look, nobody takes advantage there. But here, they're going to drop the hole. Malaysia will take the point. Has to put it in from here. Now, if this goes in, it's the putt of the day, of the week. Has it turned enough, though? No. Malaysia take the point here on hole 16 as they continue that incredible gameplay that they've been having here today, looking to cement themselves into that third round. We're heading back over to the green course. This is hole number 11, par 4, 167 yards, 153 metres. And we've just seen the tee off there. And it is the match between Scotland and Uruguay. Here's those tee shots. So hole 11, Scotland, Uruguay. All tee shots are taken. Big Scottish contingent, always waving their flags. Here's their next shots. As you can see, they're going up and down. So we can see the flag just behind that bunker there. Players trying to avoid it. Telesco of Uruguay there, having a look around. Looks like Ivan and Haig having a discussion at the back. Lining this one up. How do you avoid that bunker? How do you go round it? Do you go through it? Just be lining up through the slopes, round to the right-hand side of the bunker. And there's the hole. Give himself a very good chance. See, it's one of those shots can be quite tricky to play. Because where these players would go, I'll just go straight up there. Then it just, we say, with the movement on this course, the ball could end up just drifting towards that bunker. Or if it's just slightly misplaced, like here, it ends up right in the bunker. Now this is going to have to be chipped out. Now all of these players do have the skill, the expertise to be able to chip out of the bunker. More to the side, looking for a bit of turn, a bit of spin. A bit more power on that. Got a bit further than would have liked, I'm sure. So you can see the Uruguay player putting the ball just on the edge of the bunker here. Now I've got to play it up the slope. This can be done. Straight line. Can be done indeed. Very good line from the Uruguayan player. We'll take the plaudits for that. Similar approach. Same outcome. Now from the bunker. There's the chip, the backspin. Very good effort. Haig here, looking at the line. He's just moving out of his eye line. Drops it in. The finger was being wagged way before that was anywhere near the hole. Now heading back over to hole 16 on the blue course with the Brazil-Malaysia match well underway. Big kick here, big second kick. All these second shots we're seeing here. Just trying to avoid standing on the drain there. Got to be careful. Little turn on that. That's an ankle injury waiting to happen. Just going to be wary of that. It might just be in the back of his mind. Might just change his approach. Pull that round to this right-hand side as we're looking at it. Steps 3, 4, 5 steps back. Looks to his left. Bends that shot round. This is going to head towards the bunker. Little skip before that. I think that just took a little bit of the pace out of that. A little bit of change of direction that gave. Has stopped it going in there. Say without that, that would have rolled in. So a spread of shots after the second shots. Very wide right, wide left, and through the middle. So a few different shots we'll see come from these players now. Once he gets up and has a look here, he'll see that very flat area. It's how to get there, though. That's the tricky bit. Through the bunker, around, bend, a turn at the back, on the back bank. There's a lot. There's a lot of ways this can be played. This is actually quite close to that bunker's edge, isn't it? If he goes straight here, he's going to clip the edge of that, and that's just going to change direction of it completely. So he's going to want to avoid that. Maybe if the player is left-footed, bend it, turn it towards the flag, go around, and I think he is left-footed. And that's going to be helpful for him here. He's going to use his left foot anyway. There's the bend. Look. Oh, he's gone way too early. He wanted that further out and then to bend round. That bent so early. He ended up in the bunker. And he'd have got there just by kicking it straight, without doing anything special. But did try to do that. Unfortunately, hasn't helped him out in any way. So the ball will get marked now. The Brazilians having a talk at the background there, just deciding where to go. Well, got to go through the bunker. It's just which side. Does he try to go straight, play it through? As he's looking at it, as we're looking at it, I think he should go to the left-hand side. Enough pace to get through the bunker, but not too much so as to roll onto the golf green, and then, well, who knows where it will end up. Could be close, could be far. It's just finding that right weight of pass. Yes, you can see he's aiming towards our left-hand side as we're looking. Good return. There's the skip. Oh, perfect weight. Very good indeed. He said he had to find that weight of pass. He did. That stops right in the area he would have wanted it to. So that's, after that shot, gives them a good advantage perhaps. Now this Malaysian player has just seen what the Brazilians done. It's got to almost replicate it, do the same, if not better. Similar weight of pass, get it up onto that flat area. Up. There's the marker. Little bounce, little turn. That's not too dissimilar. A little bit further along. Looks to be very similar distance away from the pin. Andre of Brazil walking back. Had that very big second shot getting onto the green. Just getting players just to move out of his eye line. What can he do on his third shot? Across the green. He's put a bit of power on that. Oh, and it's just skipped out. Really went for it. If that had gone in, that would have won the hole for them. Looks like he's made his own hole there. Well, he went for it. Had to go with the chance because it looks like this hole will be tied with the Malaysian players and the other Brazilian player very close. So this for 4. So I do think there will be a 4 from the other Malaysian and one of the Brazilian players. I can't see anyone winning this hole now. Just taking his time. Just wants to get it close. Had a go, had a try. And here's the drift. Here comes the drift. Has it stopped there? It stops there. That was his 4th shot. Now with we can see the 3 markers around the flag there. Only has to take one of them to make the putt. This is very good though. Wow, what a wonderful shot. That was for 5 though, so I don't think it's going to help the team. Move just here now. This is for 4. All these next 3 shots will be for 4. We may not even see on the next 3. Might just be 2 of them needed. If this goes in. Yes, and it does. So that's the 4. This to tie the hole. It's in an area I like to call the circle of certainty. I always consider a putt from that sort of distance should go in. And that's just me playing, and I'm no expert. I'm no professional like these players. There we are, tying it up. It goes in. Evens on the hole. Looks like the Brazilian player will just play it. Doesn't have to. Puts it in anyway. Nunes. Lomez there just heading off. Next group have already teed. These are our second shots. And we are very wide here into a bunker that we have not seen anyone play out of yet. Very wide shot from the Malaysian player. Now, the second Malaysian player here will be hoping to do a lot better. See a bit more turn here. Much bigger kick, much better placement. Just not make up the slope into the bunker. We'll sit just in front of it. Seems to be a tactic of many players. The Brazilian is just behind the tree leaf there. Time for their second shots. A little bit more central. Really wanted to stop before there. In that awkward line up to the flag. Could end up just hitting the bunker. Going a little bit higher, round to the right-hand side. Probably a bit wider than they would have liked. It has turned. Just roll back a little bit here. And does so into the storm drain. So all teams, 2 shots each on this hole. We've got that one very, very wide. Right at the back there, right at the back of your screens. You can see the Malaysian player in a bunker. So we've not seen anyone playing in that bunker as of yet. But we do now. Spectator just there in the trees. Lurking away. Over that, I've just seen a Sasquatch. Baza. Well, he's got to put a lot of power in this with that single leg, single step strike. Try to get into the next bunker. And does. For his third shot. Brazilian player coming up to take a look. Because this is a tricky line for him. And as we've, other players have tried to play this in a very similar position and end up just drifting into the bunker. So they try to play it close. In fact, a player in the last group did the same thing. Had to put a lot of spin on it with his left foot. Ended up, was putting too much on, ended up back in the bunker. It's just a gentle curve. round to the hole. Little adjustment of the shorts, strapping around the leg there, that right leg. Now, he is right-footed, so naturally will curve away from the bunker, but is it going to curve too far away from home? No, he's playing through the bunker. Well, he's playing into it. Didn't quite make it through. Yeah, it's probably going to be a little bit disappointed at that. Now through the bunker. Now this will make it through. Just, look at that, just creeps over the edge. Almost made me look silly, saying I said will make it through. And then for a second there, it looked like it wasn't going to. But just up. That's third shots for both of the Brazilians. Here's the third shot for the second of the Malaysians. Pointing to a similar line, so that ball marker. Going a little bit further. Almost went for it there. Now this is going to carry. It's gone way too hard. He knows that's going to skip up, needs to turn around towards the hole. Trying to find that right line. Borges almost going, no, not there, here. Oh, it creeped up and then didn't quite. He's looking at his teammate. What rubbish advice you gave me. He didn't have to take it. And that ends up going very wide. On just one of the other cameras, I think I've just seen the greatest run-up to a shot ever. I do hope we get to show you that at some point. I'd love to share that with you. Now out of the bunker. Little turn. This hole looks to be heading towards quite possibly another tie between these two. Taking his time, you see the next tee shot's already happening in the distance. That's a very good line. Oh, I thought for a second there that was going to stop. Did drop in. Very good hit from all the way over there from Arsat. Now that shot that just creeped up onto the edge there as it sneaked out of the bunker. Taking his time, a little flash of the hand. Misses. Actually, the way this hole has gone, there's doesn't seem anybody seem to want to win it, but needed that to go in, and Malaysia walk away with another point. Malaysia could well be a surprise package in this World Cup. When people talk of favourites for winning games, they will pick teams such as France, Argentina, England, Scotland, Turkey, even Spain, Holland, all of these, the usual suspects, as it were. I don't think anyone would have said Malaysia. And as I say, speaking of France, here they come. France now coming through here on this hole, hole 16, the current world champions, playing against Norway. So we've already got some of them up on the green there. You can see right in the distance there, the French players and the Norwegians. We have this group here teeing off. A shot from the Norwegian going a little bit more to the left-hand side. High shot. Yeah, it took a bounce on one of the slopes there, and that's pushed that over to the left-hand side, a little bit further left than the last tee shot we can see. So 3 of the shots, one right to the right of the flag. This one's going in a very similar position. As you can see, there we are. In fact, very similar position. Tee shots from all 4. So we can see the blue sky, a bit of clouds, that wonderful reflection in the water of those bunkers. Time approaching 5:15 here in Orlando. And this group getting very close to finishing their round. They did start on hole number 1. And Norway staying in contention here. Still in with a chance. If they're still playing, they're still in with a chance. As soon as there's no way the players can catch up, or the team can catch up, play usually finishes and ends. So still playing with this and 2 more holes to go. Norway hoping to put a dent in And France retaining the World Cup. Second shots. High. And beyond. Bunker, path, dirt, grass. Oh my word. Well, we saw someone over a very not that far away, but in that sort of area. A very, very wayward shot from the Frenchman. This looking much better. Will that just creep into the bunker, just stop before it? Just goes in. And how everybody seems to be playing in this area, I think we'll be very happy with that. Another shot going along similar lines here. Doesn't have as much on it, so won't go into the bunker. We'll stop before it. Again in that very difficult position. Player tapping on his phone there, putting his score in. Saying hello to the family. Back home. Waiting for that ball to be marked. There has been. Now, to take his second shot. A little bit more to the 7CD marker, just in the centre of the screen there. It's not going to make the bunker. It's going to curve away. But would have been looking to play through anyway. So two very similar lines the French players have just there. Now, where's the Norwegian gone? Somebody left the marker. He's going back for something here. And there it is. Having to retake the shot for going out of bounds. Much better. Still rolling back a little bit though, but already a shot down on everyone else now for going out of bounds and retaking it. So we have the Norwegian players one to the right, one in the middle. French players, one to the right, one in the middle. Of course, that out of bounds shot by the Frenchman putting them at a disadvantage. Of course, it only takes one of them to do well. A lot of discussion going on here. They may be discussing that shot that did go out. What should they do? Should they play it safe and just try and equal the Norwegians here? Obviously without knowing the scores on previous holes, if they're chasing the game. Maybe deciding to actually go for it, especially as it is getting very much towards the end of play for both of these teams. Outside of the right foot, turning towards the hole. This is looking very good indeed. Great line here. That stops on the fringe. Oh, that's just going to keep moving. Please stop. It did. Yeah, a great shot outside of the foot. And player there to finish it off. But it is with that extra shot they've done there, Norwegian player. Let's see if this will turn towards the hole. Needs it to do so now. Does stop. And from just the other side. A little bit beyond the bunker through. How will it skip up? Towards the flag. Now, is it too much? Is it going to roll? It is. Though we've seen putts from here. All the players much happier putting from this side. Nice straight line they can get. Our next third shot. This may well also end up travelling, and it's travelling even further. Much further. Good 7 to 8 meters away from where the French player ended up. Now a big shot across the green. There's that lovely line. Oh, it just slowed as it hit that slightly longer grass, because the line was excellent. Picks it up. Line. Good. Will this slow? It's just gone wide. Disappointment. Well, this, if my calculations are correct, could win the hole for Norway. So very pleased with that. So Norway putting pressure on the world champions in this round 2 game. Next group there. He rolled his sleeves up. It's the first shot by the Norwegians. You want to see the angle there. Look, that ball looks slightly ahead of the tee markers. Big long stretch. Turn quite nicely here. Very similar positions. Wide and in. And again, what about similar positions? There you go. Shows the very fine differences between these players. Looks like there's a few flies there, waving them around. The Norwegian probably not used to those. And they're probably not used to this weather at all. Don't know how many are actually. So they're going to be slowly making their way up here. See the 4 balls, almost a line, almost together, like a back 4 in defence. Being waved around there as well. I do like that he's rolled his sleeves up. He's rolled his shorts up as well. And take as much of the sun as he can there, the caddy. Second shots. France heading towards that bunker. Didn't quite make it. Actually, much shorter than many shots we've seen. The second French player's shot. Oh, very similar distance. Just spaced out. Right and left. Norway now. It's like for like here, isn't it? I'll just go a couple of yards, couple of meters ahead of you. And what's going to happen over this side? Ah, well, now it looks like someone's been left behind. Little dink of their teammate's ball. Well, they've stuck together. We've got the lone Frenchman out on the side. Lone Frenchman on the grassy knoll. Well, from that sort of distance, I don't know if being out on that right-hand side could be advantageous. Well, you've got that, you can hit it a little bit harder up towards the hole, but playing more so on this right-hand side. No fear of it going in the bunker, but if it turns towards the hole, it will turn up the bank and round. And a chance of getting very close indeed. That's if they're willing to risk that. Whereas on the left-hand side, with that bunker so close to them on the right, does make it a little bit trickier. So it will favour a left foot coming around up the bank and back. Whereas a right foot may want to play across the corner of the bunker. Drop it in. It just sneaks up. I think that's what he's now see the French player now looking, saying playing over here. So up the bunker, round and into that flatter area. Especially from this position where we can see that ball sitting at the bottom of the screen there. Everyone having a good look. That bunker getting a lot of use in this game. There's the turn, right foot, bounce in the bunker, skipped up. Now, like we said, how will this turn? A little bit wide. Oh, once it hits the green. Almost didn't get enough of a break when it hit the bunker. This is speeding up towards the bunker by the edge of the water. Will it hit? Oh, just catches the edge there. Now, this is the shot where, I say, it could be really beneficial to the player here. He can attack it a little bit harder. No, he is going over the edge of the bunker, though. I didn't expect that. He ended up sitting in there. Well, that's not the shot I thought he would play. Really thought he would have come further round to the right and used the slope at the back to bring him back to the hole. Then maybe if he had over it, he would still be in the same position he's in now. I don't think it was of any benefit to go that way. There's the left foot. Turning. Oh, that's very nice. It's exactly what he wanted to do. As I say, it really needs that left foot from that position. Very good from the member of the Norway team there. As I say, really putting pressure on this French team. Still playing. Lots of people would have ridden them off, said, oh, they're not going to get anywhere near hole 18. Well, here they are, playing hole 16. And in with a chance of possibly winning it. This is a nice rollback. We're all sitting up here in the commentary booth. What a wonderful effort that is. Great shot from the Norwegian. Very close to putting in, using that bank at the back of the hole to perfection. Puts that in for 4. So the first player to make 4. Now everyone else has to do the same on these shots. Over the bank, across. Really got to go for it here, the French player. He wants this to turn It's turned in. I don't think that's turned enough, has it though? No. They hit 4. Now from the bunker. He needs this to go in. This doesn't go in. Oh, it's going. That'll be picked up. Just going over that. Just to double check. Yeah. That would be his 5th shot if he put this in. This also for 4. And Norway take the point. Well done, Ladal. So big well done to Norway here. Now back over to hole number 12. Great shot coming in here. Look at this. Very close indeed. Now this is hole number 12 on the green course. We're seeing Scotland and Uruguay. Par 3, 84 yards, 77 metres. Here's Gavin Craig. Lining the ball up here. Taking his time. Big hit. Can get it close. May have overhit that just a bit. Got a chance there. Now Uruguay. Ball just being marked. There we go, just double checking it. Getting a thumbs up. Or giving the thumbs up, so yes. Very high. Drops down. Not a big bounce, but a very nice roll indeed. We can see the marker of the Scottish player just a bit in front. Say this is a par 3 hole. Not quite so high this shot. We'll hope for the roll, hope for the line. Looking very good, doesn't quite turn, may just drift off into the bunker, and it does so. Makes it a little bit difficult for him. Gonna have to chip that out. Vidal chipping it out of the bunker, rolling it out of the bunker, and very nearly rolling it in there. Very close for Vidal of Uruguay. We have Espinosa waiting. Sure if the Scottish player will be taking his shot first. Oh, he's just waiting for Vidal to make his way up. There's a long climb up the bunker wall for him. Players walking by, having a watch. I think that's the Swiss team. That was close, just going in the side door. Chance for two here for Espinosa. No. Raising his head up to the sky. Some of the Spanish team walking by in the background as well. Spain playing Turkey. So puts this in. Scotland will win the hole. Breeze picking up a little bit in this late afternoon. Almost early evening. Yes, he spins around, he turns, puts it in for two. Scotland take the point on hole 12. Gavin Craig. Fraser Weir. Both walking off there. Now we head back to hole 16 on the blue course, where we've been seeing a lot of pressure being put on the world champions France by Norway. What a big kick that is. Good turn. Looks like all four players have played their second shots. Got the spread right to left there. Very far right, very far left. Almost just hitting the boundary marker. You can see that of the water. Showing the entry point of it. Now, this is where it gets interesting. These are the shots. This is where there's a consideration, care, thought that needs to be placed into them. So it looks like we've got the Norwegians, the two balls on the right-hand side, right and centre right, and the two French players centre left and over on the left. The French players head on up to the hole, as you can see just there. A lot of discussion going on, pointing over, saying, we've played. Yeah, I'm sure they're saying, I'm saying like I know French. I'm sure they're saying, if you hit it too far, that's going over into the bunker and over into the green and just going to keep rolling. Now, we know that's already happened. Just while they're doing that, we'll just nip back to hole number 12. And we can see that Portugal was Portugal, Argentina. We just had a glimpse of there, just putting. And the Norwegian player ends up in the bunker. From the far side. Now the second Norwegian player. Trying to skip that corner. Just comes out. Now this will turn quite nicely. Now is that going to turn perfectly? Oh, very good from the Norwegian. Incredibly close. That angle on the bunker there. Absolutely, almost spot on. Almost perfect. As we said, this Norwegian team really piling pressure onto this French team. And we haven't come to make up the numbers. Great effort. We've seen this Norwegian team take a couple of points off the French team already. Now the French player here, oh, he's gone, okay, got to do something here, got to match. And has done so. Drops that there now. That comes off. Rubber the head. And putts. Argentina, Portugal teeing off on hole 12 on the green. Now here's the skips up. Oh, this is going to go a bit further. Probably had to go for it though. A chance to get the 3. Now can't beat the 4 of his compatriot. So it all tied up on hole 16 between France and Norway. Heading back over to hole number 12. This is Argentina and Portugal. Hole 12 on the green course, as I should say. Yeah, we did have a glimpse of them. Looks like somebody might have lost a ball in the background there. Someone on their hands and knees. A variety of second kits on display today. Argentina in their black. Portugal, traditional red with green. Now, after the first shot, quite a way away here. Very close. What a lovely shot that is. So close. See the little skip from the Argentinian. Putting that right next to the hole. Now, as I say, if I get scores coming in, and we are at the complete mercy of Blue Golf, unfortunately. They're not updating us with scores as much as possible, if at all, at times. There we are. Great shot. Look at the way he was stepping back. Puts that in. Lato winning the hole for Argentina. Quite possibly. Unless... Is it? I think Rodriguez needs to make this shot. Thinking this might tie it up if he puts it in. No, it's just stopped. Just stopped. Didn't curve enough. So Argentina take a point there. As you say, I'm not able to give you full update on the scores or whether anyone was also playing. There's been Holland, Brazil. We've seen, say not that, sorry, forgive me, USA, Ireland, Slovakia, Italy, also playing, as are Hungary and Luxembourg out on the purple course. I'd say we are on the green just here. Been alternating between the blue and the green. Looks like somebody's lost there. He's one of the Argentinian fans, got the flag draped around his head. Now.
Is anyone else coming this way? No,
If you turn around and wave to the camera, you can cut that.
how is it?
If you turn around and wave to the
Back on hole 16 on blue.
See you.
Well, that's unusual. Somebody's got that to stop there. I do believe, yes, we have Holland against Chile. Holland in the white. More known for wearing orange. They've got the orange stripe going across their backs. The little accents of orange on the top of the socks, bottom of the shirts as well. Outside of the left foot. That's a very difficult shot to play. I think that's almost put it away, put it further away. Almost wanted he played the outside of the left foot. Should have played the inside of the left foot. Bent it towards the hole. It looks like he's deliberately hit it away. Interesting. Yeah, maybe he was trying something else. It just didn't work. Good afternoon to you, wherever you are in the world. It is late afternoon, almost early evening here in Orlando. Bringing you play from the World Cup, the teams competition. This is round 2. There's Wilkes Jr. putting for Holland. And Chile. Up next. I am having fun with my pronunciations. Chile. Chile. They're all in the media centre here. They're all laughing at me. Taking his time. Quite like that blue and white accents on that kit. And the matching hats. Very nice. Chile team. Chile just losing out 5-2 to Malaysia in the first round. Stanisphere. The Stanisphere brothers. So you can see the family resemblance there. They make their way off on number 16 here. See this next group coming on through. It may well be the final group coming through. We can see no others making their way. It's almost end of play in today's competition. The scores, the updated scores, will be placed onto the Blue Golf later on. You'll be able to see those just there. So I think we've got that one final group that we will be seeing. We're almost done here on your daily broadcast from the World Cup. I hope you've been enjoying everything that you've seen so far and have enjoyed all of today's coverage. We've been trying to sort of keep abreast of everything that's been going on, keeping up to date, obviously with those change in tee times as well, being able to bring you the teams that have been going on. Tomorrow it's round three that we'll be bringing you of the teams competition, plus there'll also be the round of 16 in the women's competition and the men's seniors competition as well. So we've got both of those to bring you tomorrow as well. Now I'm just going to look over there and check, do we have any more groups for today? I'm just seeing if I can get any input. Do we have any more groups today? Yes, no? I'll find out. I think we've got one more group that we're going to head back to as they go to the tees before I say goodbye to you. But I think they're just putting on hole 15. There they are, just putting on hole 15. This is Holland and Chile. And that's me. There we are. So this is your last and final group. That we'll see today. Looks like the Chileans are quite happy coming through here. So your last bit of foot golf. From the FootGolf channel for today. Holland and Chile. So one of us said these scores will go up on the Blue Golf app once they're all in, once they've all been put in, and then we'll recap them all on tomorrow's broadcast. So Holland to tee off. Hole 16, as you can see, is starting to get a little bit darker in the distance. The clouds coming in, the light, the sun going down, a little bit dimmer. Still no breeze. Great conditions. Probably a little bit easier for the players as well. First tee from Holland. De Berrios from Chile. Drives that round to the right-hand side. We know he's aiming for that bunker or to get very close to it. If not on the first shot, give themselves a good opportunity to head there on the second. Jay Smith of Chile. Very Chilean name. Good strike of the ball there. Now that's it was Jay Smith taking that shot. Oh, this is low. Looking for the roll. And just making contact. Similar line. Now we can see the four balls there, two, as we just saw, one hitting the other very close to each other. One not quite as far, a bit more work to do on the second shot. Can go have a chance to go very big on the second shot. Hopefully they will. A little bit of discussion going on as they make their way up. Looks like this will be the first shot taken. Few steps back, even more. Sees the direction. He's going to go for this. Big kick. Oh, he's bounced out as it's just stayed into that far bunker. Probably helped him. Was every chance it probably would have skipped out of bounds if that had gone any further. Just being moved back to its original position before it was hit. Only ever so slightly. There wasn't a big roll placed on it. Gets marked. Second Dutch player to strike. Still a bit of a way to go. A few chokes being made here. From Saez. Smiling away. His second shot. middle area. Absolutely drilled that there. Low and hard, coming round towards the bunker. As we've seen lots of shots today play from this area. So all players on 2 shots. Well, we can see 3 of the balls here. There is one in the far side bunker. That is one of the Dutch players. There he is, just finding his ball in the bunker there. Now, with that only single step, I think he'll try and play this across. At least try to get close to, if not in, the next bunker. Start. Going round. Oh, into the bunker. That's not going to come out there. I think he might have tried to play a little bit higher if possible. His 3rd shot. So he's in a position where other 3 players have all hit 2 shots. It's his 3rd. These 2 teams did start out on hole number 1. So obviously still very close between them. And again, it's one of those games that a lot of FootGolf viewers would have said, well, Holland will probably be the team to beat here. The favourites for this game. But Chile putting up a fight to retain a chance of making it through to round 3. High on that curve coming round. There's a lot of pace on this. Rolling away, that slope on the green, that's not going to stop there. And it stops before it reaches the bunker. A long way away. Further in that original position. Smith's lined it up. What's he going to do? Now, we've already seen players from this position skip the corner of the bunker, take into the bunker up around the bend. Now he's coming a little bit more central. That's going to turn the wrong way. And could well end up in the same position. Slowing, is he going to slow enough? It has. Now from that distance, this is very wide. I think it's more of a case of just getting it close. Them in with a chance. Just sits out of the bunker. Very nice. Or is it stopping though? Yes, the arm goes up. For a second, I didn't think it would. It almost is. Almost toyed with the idea of dropping back in. The shots that made it into the bunker. He's pointing towards that bank at the back. He was telling him to get out of the way then, just a fly near him. Do you go for that, or do you hit it with enough and hope that it goes straight to the hole? But if you do put that much power on and it doesn't, then it's gone. It'll go beyond, drifting down the green as we've seen. Taking advice, changing his mind, having another look. Climbing out. See how steep that bunker is actually. The effort involved having to climb up. Evchenko Mostard looking, deciding what to do here to help their team out. I think he's going to go for it. Do you think he should play more to the left as we're looking at it? Strokes out. No, he's gone. That's way too hard. Or am I wrong? That's actually not too bad at all. It came out for a second there. That didn't look like that was heading the right way. He threw his arms out as though it was a dreadful shot. All in all, not bad at all. Keeps them in with a chance. Line is good from the Chilean. Well then, Eduardo Saez. That ball also going in. And it looks like, I think, that may well be a tie on the hole there. A little discussion going on about the turn, how he should have turned, why didn't it turn. Next time we do it, we'll do this. That being said, I'm sure if these two players have not yet played on this course in the individual competition, a great chance to do so. They're heading over to their final holes there. And that was our final hole for the day. Once again, a huge thank you for joining us here on the FootGolf channel, the CTV Sports app. Do make sure that you download it on all your devices, your smart TVs, etc., etc., Apple TV, Roku, Fire Sticks, and you can watch all of the live broadcasts throughout the rest of the FIFG FootGolf World Cup Orlando 2023. We'll be back again tomorrow morning, Florida time, 8 a.m. 8 a.m. for round 3 of the teams competition. That will then lead into the men's senior teams competition and the women's team competition. That's all coming up tomorrow. For now, though, good night, take care. I'm Rob Lamar. Bye-bye.